Well, let's try that again. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is the Dragon's Den. Thank you all for being with us tonight. Sorry about the delayed start. Right as I brought up OBS, I started getting like massive drop packets, and I wound up having to reboot everything from the point of presence at the wall to their modem to my router, the whole 9 yards. So hopefully, I'm not seeing any drop frames or drop packets yet, so that's good. So I hope everybody's doing good this evening. Yeah, so I decided I was going to change things up a little bit and not work on the baby belt tonight, partly because the parts I needed to build the custom cables for the display adapter just came in, and I honestly haven't had a chance to work on Marlin firmware because when I did put Marlin on there, we got nothing on the Creality screen either, which means the base firmware most likely does not have a screen defined, which doesn't surprise me because on the base baby belt there is no screen. So I will be working on that in the background. Once I can get that going and make sure that that's working, then we'll revisit that on stream and we'll get. The other reason, which I alluded to on Twitter and Discord, was I started having packages. So I've got various little bits and bobs that showed up today from Amazon, and then I've got things coming from. I have things coming from Fabrico, AliExpress, West 3D, Big Tree Tech, and KB3D that are all somewhere in the mail on the way to the house today. I got some things that are showing up over the next 2 days. The other couple of things, I don't have an actual arrival date, but I know they're in transit. And that's the parts that will support the next two builds, which next up is going to be the Zero G Mercury 1 frame here, followed by the Trident sitting right next to it. So yeah, here we go. And I've got some companies, like I said, LDO Motors Jason's providing some motors and some extruders and filament sensor. KB3D is providing a lot of stuff for the Merc build, and Big Tree Tech is providing a motherboard meant to M8P with CB1 module and TMC 2209s for Merc build as well. So both the Voron 2.4 and the Zero G Mercury will be making debuts out of Merc. So I feel like I'm under the gun, even though I know that there's still time between now and then. I just feel like I'm under the gun to get these streams done and get these things built. If I wasn't doing it on stream, it'd probably go twice as fast. But that's life. I want to do it on stream and bring you guys along with me for the journey as much as I can. So that's kind of where we're at. So how are you doing today, Chewy? Anything you're working on this evening? Mostly just everything plus Ultra, DropSnat. Anna, welcome on in. Thank you for joining in. So when we left off, let me go ahead and bring. When we left off, we had been working on installing the Voron tap. Go ahead and change the screens. So we're working on Voron tap. Don't worry, this is just put together right now and check some. But we were working on Voron tap, and we were having some issues. We broke a couple of little pieces, and I was just literally getting frustrated. Well, I go out to Discord after the stream and find out that the files that I downloaded off the repo were Rev2 files. Playing on the bug. Okay, playing on your bugaboo. Ooh, that's not good. And I'm assuming that's not a replaceable driver, like a step stick driver. That's on a SKR Mini E3D3. Actually. Yeah. So I printed out all new files. That's why you see everything here is now in purple. You're using an M8P. Oh, that's right, because you went, I tried it with triple lead screws. Okay. So I printed out the new files. I've got everything reinstalled and got it back on the printer. The nice thing is that the cable clamp down system is literally a cable clamp. So you actually route the belts around, bring them through the side, and then use an M8 screw into a X nut to lock your belts in place. It allows you to get your belts nice and tight with no issues. So these belts are nice and tight. And I followed Steve Build's guide, or Steve Build's recommendation, which is move it all the way to the back, round it out on both sides, bring it forward to the front, and then push on either side. If one of the sides rocks or moves, that's the tensioner you need to tighten. And you tighten it a little bit, take it back, bring it forward so it's reset, and then keep checking and keep making your small adjustments. You may see there's a couple of wires here, so I've got an Endstop, physical Endstop mounted on the carriage here. And the nice thing about that is now with the belt properly out of the way, I can slide this over and that Endstop will actually trigger without a belt hit. So this will be terminated and taken up to the tool head. This is the wire for our optical sensor for the tap. And the tap is on. It seems to be working pretty well. So I have gone ahead off stream, and I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to terminate these off stream because while DuPont connectors, like we have here, really easy to do. Microfit connectors we have here, really easy to do. Whatever the hell this JST spec is like way too small. Look at the end there. See how tiny those things are? These things are the biggest pain in the butt, and if you drop it, it's gone. You will find it when you step on it later on. It's gone. Yeah, that's true, Chewy. So I do have things fairly well routed. Now, one of the things, the board's not completely tightened down because you will see the connector all the way in the front here. I don't know why this thing is. Connector kind of in the front there behind this edge is where the thermistor plugs in. So I actually have to take the board off, plug the thermistor in, mount the board, and then I can go around and do the rest. Motor will mount right back here, and I'm going to loop that wire around so that I can put an arm on the back so that I have something that will hold the CANBUS wiring that comes up as a umbilical. The hot end wires plug right here underneath the USB-C. And then over here, we're going to have the Endstop wires on the top left and the probe wires on the bottom right next to the heat. So this is an Endstop. This is an Endstop. This is, I want to say that's a Endstop probe, something else. We'll get into that a little bit later, but I do want to get this fitted onto the machine. So I will take this off, kind of get some wiring going, and then we'll make some other connections. The other thing that we need to make sure of is when we get our base in here, it looks like I got a little bit. These need to be a friction fit. You're not tightening these screws down and holding on to the part with these screws. They're more of alignment pegs, basically. So they go in at the top, and then it should rotate down, and the bottom are going to sit on the heads of these two button head cap screws. So this is going to go up underneath here. These screws are threaded into plastic, so you don't want to be too hard on them. Then they'll sit down. Now you want to be careful. So right now what you're seeing is a little bit of an angle where this is getting pushed out. It needs to sit flat. It's getting pushed out because of the belt pushing up against the side there. So that's where an indicator that I'll need to cut these belts kind of flush with that body. I don't want to get too, if I cut them back here like they are on the other side, then it's going to be really hard if I ever need to fix it, right? But I do want to kind of cut it right up toward. Yes, this is the SB2209 board. And you're saying you got no audio. Yeah, check and make sure that you're not muted on your end, Shenanigans. Hey, Nick 3DP. Well, and make sure you refresh because I did have some connection issues earlier on and had to basically reset my entire setup. And it might have auto muted the stream. Shenanigans. Don't know why, but I am not muted at this point. So I do need to cut these back just a tad bit. Okay, I'm going to test fit this again. And the other thing you want to make sure of could be that these are okay. Awesome. Okay, the other thing you want to make sure of is that the screws that are on this back plate are not pushing out on this. If so, you may have to uh, cut or sand the inner edges of those pieces a little bit. I think those are pretty snug and tight in. Snug and tight. But almost like it's the actual button head bottom that's sitting right. Bottom button heads are what's causing it to butt out. So, but anyhow, we will get the tool head mounted test fit on the printer, and we will get we're going to hold off on the bed until the very last minute. Hey, Shenanigans, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, where Twitch auto mutes you without, yeah. Say my work, I work for Cisco. We use, which, WebEx. And WebEx will do that to you as well, where you log in and boom, you're muted. I've seen different things, but anyhow, we'll work on this particular piece here because at first I thought these also didn't get screwed in all the way and it just kind of latched in behind it. Then I saw where no, they get put all the way in and it rests on top of it. The way the part is, no real way it could do that soundingly. I don't know. I'll play around with that. And anyhow, when we tighten it in, it should fix that. So we're there to where we just need to get our tool head mounted and our extruder mounted, CW2. Once again, I will need to take this board off once I get it mounted in here to actually connect in the one wire. These get connected in with some M3x8. Memory serves correctly. M3x8 socket heads. Turn this towards me some so I can see what I'm doing. Now this mounts just like the typical Stealthburner. There is a little kind of like a lip that the CW2 housing sits down in. And like I said, it's two M3x8s on there. Okay. And then you'll need to make sure that these wires come around the back and aren't um, impeded by anything. Then what we'll do is we'll take the 3x6 button head cap screws off the board so we can remove the board spacer. And all I'm going to do is plug in this first connector for the thermistor. And we'll just move this right back into position and put it back. Fairly tight fit, but it gets. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll just make sure that these wires are routed up and out of the way so that we can bring the heater wire around to the back. At some point I need to probably take that off the tripod and just make it a mobile camera. So the heater wires go around the back and it goes right up underneath the USB connector. Feel it lock in. Motor wire, once again, I'm going to bring that around, plug that into the motor connector. Make sure that those wires go right behind the USB-C so that we keep everything in a very tight and tidy package. There will be a lever that goes over here. I do need to add that before I go too much further. And this is a two-part lever. I'm actually reprinting this right now, but it's going to mount like this. And then this piece is going to mount on top of it to make the actual cable chain. And this is where the socket of the SB2209 will slip in. This becomes a strain relief for our CANBUS umbilical cable on this end. Then what we'll do is, I was thinking about bringing the umbilical back here and then dropping it down and going into the cable chain. And I'm not sure if that is PVC coated wire or not. So I decided I'm going to run it out the rear exhaust. So there's rear exhaust back here that you could go into an exhaust vent. And there's an adapter plate that you can put here to bring in your Voron tube and your umbilical. So I'm going to print that off probably on this printer because the backing plates won't fit on the B0. And I might be able to get to the printer now because I took the D-bot downstairs and got it out of the way. Mrs. Dragon isn't in town right now, so I can actually spread things over there. Okay, so we got those two pieces on there. This, once again, is going to come around, and I didn't want to cut this wire yet, and if I do, I will cut it on this side and actually re-terminate this side because it'll be a lot easier than this side. But this is going to come around. Once again, it's a 4-pin wire, and it's pinned from back going to front. It's 5-volt, ground, signal, and then an empty pin. So that will go right there. And then once again, as far as cleaning the wires up, I may just bring it back here, line it up, zip tie it out of the way right there. We will need to terminate our Endstop, but like I said, I am not going to work on those fiddly wires while it's not going to do it in front of you guys. Let's just say a few choice words were said last night as I was working on them, and it's not going to do that and subject you all to it. So now it's just a matter of there's not a whole lot of room, so you just need to make sure that these wires are put in a position where they're out of the way and they're not going to get yanked on or pulled out or anything like that. It's going to kind of get them nice. You can probably put a zip tie on that. I'll close that lid, and for now, I'm just going to go ahead and screw that lid shut. Maybe. And I still need these wires, so I'm just going to move it away. And I'm going to turn this around here. We will, before we mount the front, we'll need to mount this arm, which does need a heat set insert in it. So let me go ahead and get that done right quick. Nice thing is that doesn't take very long to heat up. Might need to loosen the upper screws so it can move all the way up. What do you mean by loosen the upper screws, Nick? You mean loosen the upper screws here so the tool head can go all the way and seat in? Yeah. All right, try to finish setting these up against the bench because it's a relatively flat surface and it's all metal, so it kind of sucks some of the heat out of that insert. We'll let that cool just a little bit. And a couple of the other things that you may see is some other parts here. So what we're going to do is, because we're not going to use the cable chain, we don't need this particular cable chain mount here. We're just going to take this off. put this little butt plate. All this is going to do is provide a plate that will hit the Y Endstop, and it's got a little bit of adjustability to it, so you'll be able to adjust that Endstop trigger a little bit, within a couple of millimeters there. So there's all the way back, there's all the way forward. So you got a couple of millimeters to play with. And then we've got another part here, which will be our end stop. And I just need to run screws in it, and the screws will run directly into the plastic here. Or I can just press fit it. The screws at this point would really just be the locators to keep it from getting pushed back. And then the standard mounts in the back that you would use for the the cable chains. So this will get mounted basically just like that. Wires come through the channel there. This will get mounted right like that. We'll use the same screws for everything to mount it. I don't know what those, I think they're 3s by 12s, but we'll run into that here in a couple of seconds. This out of the way, that done. I'm going to put this arm in while I'm still here. I think I should have already picked done with that one. Copper. I need to put one more. Joey, you just subscribed for 4 months. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to think that I just started streaming in January. I actually wanted to start streaming before January, but with work and our shutdown, the annual shutdown for the company, and then having family in town, it was not in the cards for me. So we waited until family was gone, and then I started streaming. Now I get to stream extra because my wife's not here too. Good 320 from the back, 3.8 from the front. So there's the M3.8, and where's the M3? One comment. Hopefully, Tensor heard it on stream. If not, I will definitely let Mike know. Is the labeling on the inside of this parts bin is super, super tiny, especially if you're trying to quickly find the parts. That's why I'm leaving them in the bags. It's because the bags are easier to read once I think I know what part I'm looking for. And here's my 2.5. this, we have to be careful of our motor wires. Take this and scoot it to your motor wire. And this slot right here is actually going to go around the USB. So as soon as I kind of get it in place, I will have to show it to you. To pull that motor wire. It's a fairly tight fit on the USB connector. Add some straight to the USB connector. And this way, if you're just using this for the USB connector, just this one cable will work. So I think I'm just going to take the file to it real fast. Never be afraid to take a file to a part if the fit is a tad bit too tight for your liking. Especially on something like this that is to support like a USB connector, because you can easily rip these USB and then you won't cry. Find me a river. Such a tight. Just a little bit extra squish on here, and not. I'm just going to give myself a break. The shenanigans. Are you working on anything these days? What about you, Nick? Nick, do you have any projects you're working on, or just printing? Printing and reorganizing things? That's definitely something I think we all have to do from time to time. So it's got this bottom rest here. I'm not sure if that may actually be what's fouling on the part, but it's coming off. Nice. I'm interested to see and hear how that dragon burner on the Zero goes. No, was it Zombie that put it on one of his? I can't remember which printer he put it on, but it looks like a very nice cottage setup. Be something I work on down the road. I think that was the thing, was just getting that piece out of the way. And then feels like it's too. Hey, Pezlis, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Just tidying up a few loose ends that we probably should have done before now, but we're getting them done now. How'd your appointment go today, Pezlis? Hope it all went well and no complications or issues. Okay, got our tool head done. Port on. did that because I'm gonna need that. Yep, yep. There's my keyboard mic dead. Showing the that might help. Flipping through the Stealthburner, put that all together on screen. Assembly, carriage, M3 by 25 and M3 by 50. Just for the flaunting. And I don't see any M3 by 25s in the box there, so I will grab a couple out of here. And then probably like before, find out it's actually a different size and she's not anymore. So it feels like it's no, going near where some wires are. So get them right into wires. Yeah, I could. I could do that. Right now, I've had enough issues with my stream, and I don't want to lose. pins are. Yeah, the M5 or M3 by 25s, it says they're way, way, way. So that's probably what caused me. I'm going to take these out and go with M3 by 20s. Probably I'm going to get these in there without actually running to wires or anything else. Things. Yeah, much nicer. Much nicer. We still have a lot of issues. So I'm still having some alignment issues with the bottom side, meaning the hot end, more hot end portion. The causing that. Okay, there we go. That's super duper extra fit. Okay. Now I still have not flashed the firmware on the SB2209, and quite honestly, I may not do that on the stream just because that is so painful, and I can't tell you how many times it took me to finally get um, the CAN bus set up on my Mercury One downstairs. And in fact, I was trying to work with the CAN bus today, and I may have a dead UTC that I need to replace because I couldn't get it to come up at all. We'll see. I'll start from scratch and reflash everything to include the Pi, the whole 9 yards. There, we'll push these back in. Spots down. All right. That one more thing done and tidied up. Now you guys will probably have noticed there's a weird print right here. So on my D-bot, I had actually run Wagos along the rear crossbar of that so that I had all my bed wires cut short. So this is going to allow me to be able to take the bed off without having to get underneath and undo all the wiring. So I will most likely I'm just going to get this mounted. It's probably not going to be in the final resting place for it until I get the bed mounted and know exactly where to slide it and put it. But I'm at least going to get it mounted onto the printer. So that's done and out of the way. Okay. Didn't drop frames. I just saw a power blip happen, so I'm worried that we might have just dropped frames, but it doesn't look like we did. that's there. Don't worry about that later because I'm going to use a different color piece. And now that we've got the Stealthburner done, I don't think we need that one. We're not going to do the ADXL because we have an ADXL on the actual SB2209. Now, the electronics section. Now, the way this is laid out, you see the power in the bottom left corner, which will be at the back left of the printer. So what I will actually do is lay the printer down in that particular orientation as we start adding in our electronics component. There. Sure you guys can see what okay. So it goes through and tells us to set all the mounts up. I went ahead and did that off screen just to make it easier. And to give me some standoffs as I was working with them, so I didn't short something out while they were on. But these are all your dent clips are added through your brackets with N2x10 self-tapping screws. Raspberry Pi is mounted on the bracket with N2 10 millimeter self-tapping screws. Your power supplies go on with, this one is an M3x6 for the 25, for the 5-volt power supply. They've just gotten lit. Am I back live for everybody? Hope so. Yeah, so these are M3x8s that hold this DIN bracket in. This is the small 5-volt power supply that'll power the Raspberry Pi. We have M4x6s that are used in the main power supply to hold its bracket on. This says LRS 200. This is actually a 350. This is a fan. I still need to take that off. This was on the D-bot. And I did go ahead and preload this with a 4x6 nut. Ding clips for the controller board or Octopus get mounted to the Octopus board mounts with M2x10 self-tapping screws. And then the mount itself is M3x6 button head cap screws for the board to mount to the black rail. Now you will notice that I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 step 6 installed, and that is because I'm going to need the A, the B, and the 4 Z motors. Normally the next one would be extruder, but I don't need that one because there's one on the SB2209 toolhead. So I'll be doing that one via CAN. And then we'll need the part for our filtered inlet. Once again, I had already had this, well, the part was printed out. It came with the kit because it's a requirement to get a functioning printer. I just pulled the filtered outlet and the power supply or the power switch from the D-bot build that I had, and I've already done the heat set inserts. This is the filtered inlet. You can use a standard inlet. If you do, please, 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 you know, like the all-in-one inlet, get the part that Steve Builds has that covers the mains. There's a couple of the inlet or the prongs that are held together with the metal bar, and it's exposed. Get that lifesaver clip that covers that so you don't inadvertently spark the mains, because that would be a bad day. We also have the SSR, but we're probably going to replace these wires here with the ones I got in a wiring kit for an underdeck wiring kit. But this is an official Voron SSR right there. I highly, 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 highly suggest you go get an official Voron from DigiKey or wherever you go. Don't buy one off Ollie or eBay. And also when you get it, get the metal thing. Hey Zombie, how are you doing this evening? Hey Royal Nomi, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you don't need any sparky, and you really want to get good quality on your SSRs because the Omrons, if you get the right one, they will fail closed versus fail open. Fail open, you just keep heating up. This is to configure to build the Z Endstop, otherwise known as the sex bolt. We're not going to do that because when you use tap, you don't need the Z Endstop anymore. Normally, what you would do is you'd use this piece, the Z Endstop, to actually set your Z offset for your nozzle because you're going to tap your nozzle off of it, and then you go through with your inductive probe. Between those two settings, those two measurements, is where you can get your Z offset setting. But with tap, you're going to be probing the bed directly with your nozzle, so you do not need to how to set it, how to mount it, where to mount it. Then it talks about the X and Y Endstop pod. You can do this either directly with micro switches or with a PCB based. If you like to solder, then do the actual micro switches. It'll be a little bit cheaper. If you don't like to solder, get the Endstop boards, and I believe the board will also come with the JST connector. We're also not going to do that. Now this talks about setting in the Wagos. I do have a Wago mount, once again, that I previously used on my D-Bot, and just going to move that over and mount that on here. That will go on the back, so it's going to go down in this area right here. We'll go ahead and get that installed with a pair of M5 T-nuts and 5x10 socket screws. Just looking at the rotation. That's going to mount just like that. And since I've used a couple of these for mods so far, if I wind up having to switch over because I run out of the M5 Roland T-nuts or the M5x10 screws that came with the kit, and I just got disconnected. And the stream. Okay, folks, hopefully I am back. We did just lose the stream. I apologize for that. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, I had to reset all of my network gear right as I came up on the stream. So there's something going on with my, I'll have to talk to Windstream. Chewy, I did try going over to the 2.4 and 2.4 gigahertz network and was starting to drop packets big time. Like right now, I've noticed I'm having a few drop packets still. So in this case, this is something dirty in the line. So I'm going to have to call Windstream and have them come figure things out again. But if I run out of the M5 T-nuts or the M5 by 10 screws, I have a bunch of them. They're just the standard silver. So I'm trying to use all the black ones up on top. And that way, if I need to replace anything with some of my own, it'll be underneath where it won't necessarily be as big of a deal. It might mess with my OCD a bit. I'll deal with it. So once again, black screws, black part, a black nut on a black frame. Yeah, the stream's dying, Chewy, or sorry, Zombie, but we have some weather coming into the area, and I've dropped like I had to do a complete reset of all my networking gear earlier because right about 5 o'clock everything dropped big time. So it's intermittent now, yeah. So I'm still dropping some packets. Darn it. Just trying to line this up where it showed it on the documentation. No, Royal, no me. I think it's me because there is storm weather coming in here later tonight, but at this point, I just know it's something going on with my internet, and there's not a whole heck of a lot I can do. I've already, like I said, I've already reset everything. Now I'm going to need to set the printer up because with these T-nuts not locking in because of the B-stock channels, I really need gravity to help me kind of keep them from falling off kilter. So just making sure that everything is attached. And this is why I wanted to leave the bed off because, this thing's starting to get heavy. And, you add the bed on here and it's just going to get worse. Okay, these are M3 T-nuts. I just kind of set these in here and gonna put this in place. Then I'll quite honestly try and line them up and get them started. And I will slide them over. I want us to. Yeah, the internet's getting old. You can tell when the storm's on the way and turns. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So this goes in, and we're going to use some M3 by 8 socket head cap screws on here. 2.5 millimeter driver. That's what I hate when they're a little bit um, loose. These M3 nuts can kind of roll in the slot, which when you got the when the spring tension's right on them, they spring up against the front face on this face, and they stay very. Oops. Get you. Hold on, we're adjusting the camera. There we go. So with those springs not well, with the channels being too deep, the springs don't hold the face of the nut right up in this channel here. Therefore, it can roll a little bit. So you got to be careful when you're putting in your screws, otherwise it'll roll on you. And then once I get those started over here where it's easier to work with, then I'll slide it over, butt it up against the edge there, make sure the face is aligned. Now I will tighten it down. I just find it's easier to do that. Speaking of easy, it's going to be easier. All head this. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that it's nice and lined up with the edge. Okay, so now our filtered outlet is in. Next, it's going to ask us to start mounting our equipment, and it shows you how to hook one side and then snap them into place. And I'm going to flip this back over onto its back so it'll be easier to see as we start putting things in here. Quick drink. Okay, so what our instructions are showing us is we're going to install our PSU. And once again, you're looking at your clips, and the side that has the spring release is the part that goes in last. So we're going to hook this side and then rotate it down. This may not, so I'm just going to rotate it. And this is going down on the bottom. Here's our filtered inlet, so it's showing it is going over here. So we're going to get it in place on the top and just rotate it down, and you'll hear it click. Then it's going to tell you to put this in place, line this up, and then move this back. And I need to get an M5 T-nut in there, which means I'm going to rotate this again so I can use gravity to my advantage. M5 means I'm going to use an M5x10. Zombie, what are you up to tonight? Got any special plan for your stream this evening? So we have our power supply on and we got our support brace installed. So this is right where it needs to be. I'll take this off later because it will interfere with the base plate. Now we're going to do the Raspberry Pi and the octopus. And it looks like on the octopus our motors, our stepper drivers are on the front side. Yes, so on the front side towards the actual motors. Go ahead and we'll hook the plate in rail, and we'll slip it over and push it in. Sure, both clipped. Get the bottom in. Kind of get that down roughly in place. Next up is our Pi. Hey, Western One, how are you doing today, sis? We're going to put our Pi in place, and it looks like our Pi, our jacks are facing the front. Once again, we'll look how we've got our Pi rail mounted here, and of course it's mounted opposite of everything else, so I should probably fix that. Because if not, I'll be trying to remove it and I'll break it because it's on there backwards. Awesome. How are things on the farm? All the animals doing good? Animals doing good, staying out of trouble. I wonder if we hear from Nick today, you're either building a weird rook or a trident. Okay. That's right. Nick's moving to the States, right? Or has he moved already? Staying out of trouble and everyone's doing good. Staying dry. Well, that's good. Yeah, like I said, I've dropped the stream once or twice already, and I had to do a full reset of all of my internet gear right as the stream was starting. Like I literally had the countdown, was getting ready to hit play, and all of a sudden I had like 80–90% lost packets. Okay, Noe, thank you. So yeah, it was crazy, and I still don't know what's going on, but I am still dropping some packets here and there. So we're gonna have to me and Windstream are gonna have to have a conversation because we haven't even started to get into, I'll say the spring summer weather with all the showers and stuff. Good. Now you've got backup power on the farm, right, Westery? If you had a generator or something, if everything goes out. And if you guys are getting storms down there in Texas, anybody heard from Subsector? Is she doing okay, or is she out driving in this mess? All right, so I got that switched over. Once again, the ports are going towards the front of the printer, and based on everything else, the hook goes in at the front, and then the spring clip is in the back. And I'm going to scoot this over just a little bit because I'm going to wind up potentially having to mount my UTC up here, my USB to CAN adapter board to be running the CANBUS up to the tool head. Got that stuff installed. Okay, a smaller one. A couple of the rooms, the furnace and the fridge. Gotcha. Yeah, the necessities. Nice. Okay, and then our SSR, which once again, I probably should just move the wires now because these are, say, my wires. And I have I went ahead and purchased a Lineo wiring kit for quote unquote under the hood toolkit, or an under the hood wiring kit. So everything should be pretty much pre-terminated, pre-cranked, the whole 9 yards. So if I remember right, that's the way it's mounted. We want the load, which is your 1 and 2, your load side. So this side will be the input. So this will be coming from your controller board with a low voltage signal to trigger it. And then this will be your mains voltage supplied to the bed. So you want this pointed over here. So all of your mains voltage is at this side and everything DC voltage is in the front. So little spring clip. So once again, the hooks are on that side, spring clip, and it comes over. Then we'll be able to reposition that as we need to. Okay. And then we've also got our little, it's so cute. This is our RS 525. This is our little DC 5 volt. Once again, that'll clip on right there. We'll move these around if we need to. Okay, and now it starts talking about getting our controller board set up. I have pulled all the required, actually, it tells you to start off by pulling all of your jumper connectors. So it says pull all your jumper connectors out, right? To include the one that's right here in the middle where my finger is. This is what's identified by number 3 on the diagram that's on the screen. This is the one that says USB 5 volt. So this is how you power it if you're not running 24 volt to it. If you're running 24 volt to it, you have to pull this jumper right here. I leave it on there for right now because I plan on I've been trying to work on getting everything configured with just the wall wart. But I'll probably take that off for now. I'll leave it on there for now because I will have to work on that some more. Then it will tell you to go through and apply the appropriate jumper so that if you're running your TMC 2209. Now, once again, it's showing 7 populated. I only have 6, which is the A motor, the B motor, and then the 3 Z motors, because I don't need the other one, which would go to the extruder, because I've got the CANBUS board. We're going to run CANBUS today. This area down here is all the fans. And right now I've got all of those set at 24 volt. If I need to change that for any reason, I will do it on the fly. Number 5 down here is set to 24 volt. This is set this way because normally you would run your, it's for this connector right beneath it, this 3-pin, I believe it is. This is for your probe. We will not be using that probe. We'll be using tap and the probe sensor on the CANBUS board. So 5 really doesn't matter. And then you'll have your end stops and your diag connectors for your end stops. If you're doing sensorless homing, repeat that. If you're doing sensorless homing, you must have the appropriate diag pin jumpered, and you cannot use that 2-wire port for anything else. We are going to be using standard end-stop switches for X and Y. X will be connected through the toolhead board. Y is going to get connected and come back down here and connect into the octopus. So we will be doing that. And it tells you to put your heat sinks on and put your stepper drivers in the appropriate orientation. They're keyed. Follow the keying, and you wouldn't have any problem. You won't get these put in backwards. You know, I was thinking about that. I've thought about doing solar, but this may not be my forever home, so I don't want to pay to put solar in and then it not be a forever home. Because depending on who you are, solar is a good thing or it's a bad thing when you go to sell a house. My neighbor has a Generac generator. I think it's propane powered. So he got the generator set up. He got everything, I'll say, plumbed and wired up, and then had his brother come over who was an electrician that could actually do the wiring to the house and sign it off and certify the permit. So if we keep having power outages, that would be something that I would look at, would be getting like a Generac whole home switching generator. And then here's this lovely, lovely diagram that, yeah, the only way I'm going to see this is to blow it up on screen and move it around as I need to. That's where some wiring will not be done on stream because I don't want to mess up crimps like the ones for this X Endstop that are these teeny tiny JST connectors, or yeah, to me wiring on stream is not necessarily engaging. Yeah, if the house is falling apart, yeah, the generator is probably not the great thing. But if you go out and you do a what I'm assuming that's what kind of railing. This is standard DIN rail, but this is an anodized aluminum version from Tensor 3D. Someone will do a bang Tensor 3D in chat. It'll come up for their website. They are based out of Colorado. It's where I got the frame at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. And I was talking to them, and they have supplied the rails, the motion kit, the LDO motors, the den rails, fastener kit, all came from Tensor 3D for this build. It's not a full sponsorship. They just gave me a great discount. And I am going to speak highly of them because everything I have done on this build so far has been great. Like I said, other than the B stock rails, which I knew about, and I accept that because they're B stock. The rail kit for a 300 size Voron, whether it's a Trident or a 2.4, depending on where you go, is about $130 to $150. Okay. The B stock rails, if Tensor still has some in stock, they were like $50. I picked mine up at at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest from Tensor for $20 because they didn't want to have to take them back. And so there's the website for Tensor 3D. Like I said, great people. It's a husband and wife team. And yeah, just really nice people. They're a small, like I said, husband and wife, mom and pop team. But everything I've gotten from them has been fit and finish awesome. Like I said, other than the B stock, which they made a hell of a deal on it to me, and I can't complain about that. I bought the 2.4 frame and a Trident frame from them for $20 each, and then packed them in my carry-on bag with a bunch of controller boards and stuff packed around them. So you should have seen the looks I got from TSA. Those poor folks were like really, really stumped looking at it. They didn't open my bags. They took my word for it. But yeah, so it says to check, make sure 110 or 230 is appropriate for your country. This came off another printer that I had running, so I know it's good. And then we'll get into some wiring. We will do some of this wiring because, like I said, I purchased this from KB3D, and it is a Lineo under the deck wiring kit. So everything should be fairly well pre-cut, pre-crimped, pre-terminated, I believe. If not, they do provide a lot of the terminators, but I'm only seeing in JSTs. So my assumption is all the power has been terminated, and then anything that's going to the controller board may still need to be terminated based on the controller board that you're using, which is why they wouldn't terminate those ends. But you'll have little bags like power inlet Wagos. So this would be from the power inlet down into the Wagos. So once again, the ones that go from the power inlet to the power switch have the insulated terminals on them. They're nicely crimped. And all we have to do is follow our wiring guide there. Let me see if I can't spin this around a bit. Grab the frame, not the pantry. See if we can get it at a bit of a tilt here. Seeing my notifications. Okay, so we've got the red wire, and that goes on the, say, the inside track. So it's the inside here. To the lower set. Yeah, the lower set inside. Yep. The blue one, and this goes outer to outer. So the other side over here. The outer side, lower end. Amazing how quickly we start running out of room. Got big hands in a small printer. Okay, then our other connectors, the red is going to match up. Red, blue will match up to the blue. Oi. Red on red, blue on blue. Push them on there, which is a good thing. Then the ground's going to come from over here. Yes, they have a few colors. They should have red, green, orange, blue, purple, which is what this is. This is purple because this is a purple and pink set. And then they've got the standard aluminum. And I bought these off of Amazon. And I just bought like this, I don't know, a pack of like 10-meter long sticks. And then you can just cut them easily on a bandsaw with a hacksaw or a chop saw, whatever size you need. But these are great for not only for your printers, but any type of electrical stuff, networking stuff, because they have den rail mounts for electrical stuff, networking stuff, telephone stuff. Hey, Nomi, I see your back. But yeah, Tensor 3D has a lot of really, really nice equipment. So we've got these connected up, and these are our ends that have already got the, let's say the sheathing or the insulation cut back. It should be cut right for the Wagos. So this is the wiring diagram of how you would wire it if you weren't using the Wagos. So if you were just going straight wiring everything up, then you would have to be like making pigtails and jumpers and everything to get everything wired up, because you see the ground goes to both power supplies and the AC load. The line voltage goes to both power supplies and the AC load side of the SSR. This is the center ground of the SSR. Then your neutral would come off and go to both of the power supplies. Right? Where with the Wagos, yeah, we will come back and do the bed stuff later. Like, this is not the bed stuff you want right now, because I haven't mounted the bed because this is heavy enough. So we're still showing how things will be coming in for the bed. And once again, we'll get into the specific wiring of the bed once we get there, because you want the side, you want the load, right? So you'll notice from the print bed, you've got your ground, because you do want a ground wire on your print bed. Okay, back. LDS just did a disconnect. Yes, we're back. So from your bed, because we're using an AC heater, okay, you will have a ground off the bed that goes directly into the power supply, or in this case, into the wake. Your neutral comes back, and this should be your return back to the power supply, or in our case, the Wagos. The AC load is the one that comes off of here, off of the SSR, and it comes in to your ceramic fuse. And then from your ceramic fuse to the heated bed. So you want that fuse on the load side, because that way, if the fuse pops, these are not resettable. So if the fuse pops, no power gets to the bed. If you put that on the neutral side, when it pops, the load is still connected. So it will be flowing through the bed. It just will not make it all the way back to the power supply. It needs to be on the load side. Okay, so here's the Wago option, which we did. And of course, now our Wagos are all sitting right underneath here. And we need to take our blue wire and go in the leftmost Wago slot. And if you're familiar with Wagos, the tip of your wire here that goes in the Wago needs to be 11 millimeters in order to ensure that you get a good connection without clamping down on the insulation. So I'm just going to check this, and they're at 11 millimeters. So what I do is I just twist those so I don't have a chance of a fray getting out and getting caught. And you're not going to be able to see this, but I'm going to put it in the first slot closest to the motor. You want to make sure that you get it in the hole, then push it all the way in. Kind of feel it bottoming out, and then flip the lever down on it. Then you're going to do a pull test. If everything worked out right, it stays in there and it doesn't come out. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing with our red one. We're going to pull that insulation off. We're going to twist it. And then I like to double check. If you have another Wago sitting there, you can double check against the Wago itself. It does have a little measuring guide on it. And then we'll take this one, we'll do the same thing. It's going to be in this case, as I'm looking from the top down, it's going to be in the furthest to the left. Bring that down, get it in the slot, push it all the way in there, hold it in there, put the lever down, and then give it up. That one's good. And one last one with our ground. So now we've got our input switch all connected up and everything locked in. Now we should have an individual wire for each one of the power supplies. So SSR, this is the bed safety ground, bed frame, DIN rail, spare wire that's always included in LDO kits. They even give you a pin tool, which I believe this is for depinning your, what you call this? Bolex connector. So again, I'm just going to open a couple of these up. So we've got controller to SSR, so we'll hold off on that one. PSU to controller, we'll hold off on. This is zip ties and bases, so that you can cable manage. That off to the side. Go ahead and open this one up. And this is literally a PSU set. So yeah. Should have two blues. So these will be the neutrals to both the PSUs. And on these crimps, they're kind of offset. So there is a way you want this side to be flat against the power supply. And that just ensures that when you cinch it down, you're going to get a really good connection. Neutral. And make sure you get that nice and tight. Full test always helps. And then we're just going to pull that end off. And we're going to come around and put it in the right. In this case, it's going to be the, bring this around. And then hold it in place. Pull some lever. Give it a tug. And with these, if you really want to shorten them up and make them run nicer, you can cut these lengths down. They're giving you a good amount of length of cable there. For now, I'm just going to try and tuck them out of the way. I really want to get everything done and make sure it's all cleaned up nice before I go through and make any changes. Line and a neutral. So neutral is the second one down. And I'm going to cheat and just pop that off. That off. Those are small, small connectors. So I'm going to need to put a different connector on this. Give me 1 second. Let's go and check which connectors I have. See if any of my connectors will actually fit. If not, I may have to get some smaller size ones. These are some tiny. Never used the RS-25. I normally use a DC to DC. And I may again. Yeah, I'll make this one. Just have to. I'll have to make special. I'll have to go and find, because see how small these screws are. It's just that connector is not going to make it in that spot. So I'm going to have to search and figure out which size to use here. Just need to go get a different size slot. Hey, Rob Inc., how are you doing? Because we do want to make sure we have a good connection. So we will hold off on doing the 5-volt for the Raspberry Pi for now. We will hold on to our wire because we'll just clip that end off, put a different end. I do not want to use a bare wire. That's a given. So this will be the ground for the PSU. Go ahead and tighten that for now. We should have another ground that will attach with this that'll go over to our SSR. like I said, I mean, we're really going like that far. We got an awful lot of slack here that we can cut off if we want to down the road. Or I do have some cable raceway that I got in. And I'm going to see if how nicely it'll fit in here. So maybe we may do some cable raceway. Okay. So we've got those pieces done. Now let's look at other stuff. Bed safety ground. I have a feeling that this goes to the bed. Safety ground, bed frame, and dim rail. Bed frame, dim rail. This just the ground that's the same size as the bed one. So yep. Apparently I've got two bed grounds, so good to know. We will hold those for later because ground PSU. Sorry, we've got the PSU. We need a ground for the SSR and frame. It says den rail. Like, why would you do the den rail? Because technically, if you put a ground to the SSR, which is on a metal bracket, and you're tying it in to the so on your SSRs, right? The bottom of the SSR is a metal plate. So you're going through a screw, through a metal plate, into another metal plate that has the retaining clip. But technically, by grounding your SSR, you've grounded the frame. I think that's kind of interesting that they say it that way. Yeah. So by den rail, we're going to ground the SSR, which will also ground. And I like that they put ring terminals so that they're not going to come loose. Or if they come loose, they're not going to fall off unless the screw itself dealing with. Nice and tight. Shows our SSR going back into here. One from there, one from here, one for the bed, one for the frame. So we will need to double up on something. Now, frame, and the frame needs to go metal to metal. Should go at a spot where there's no anodizing. Not sure where that's going to be on this particular printer. Okay. We will lock this down to the frame at some point. SSR wiring should be one to load and then one coming out and heading up towards the bed. Side. Sorry, the top side, in this case, number 2. Does anybody have any question or concern or any desire to tell me I'm doing this all wrong and I'm going to kill myself and blow up my house? I will say, because mind you, I had this type of install on my D-Bot using basically Trident frame pieces. Kill my OCD. That's our load side. And then my assumption is this is going to come out because the bed is mounted right through here. It's going to come up through the hole here. And like I said, we will have a set of Wagos up there that we will be doing the bed. So make the bed easier to on off. And the nice thing with this kit is it actually comes with the extra set of Legos. So I've got a full set of 3 5x and a set of 5 for the, or actually these are the Legos. That's because these are the ones that I used before off the other printer. It comes with all the Legos to do the bed and everything. And yes, it's an Octopus 1.1. So it's going up there. It's going in the garbage. Oh, let's see. Got most of this wire done. What we don't have, actually, well, this is not going to be for, yeah, this is going to be for power supply. Because I should have another set of SSR. I'll figure the other ones out. I'll figure the bed ones out afterwards. Then get power supply. So we're going to have the 24 volt hooked up. What we won't have is the 5 volt rail hooked up just yet. We'll have to work on that. like I said, I will work on cleaning these up and making them look pretty off the stream. You need to get the ground, the frame ground in place somewhere on here. I may bring it up and go into the, into the frame. I don't know if I have issues flashing the firmware yet, Chewy, because I haven't flashed the firmware on the Octopus yet. That is something I still need to do, is work on flashing the firmware to the Octopus. Okay. What we got? The load, the ground, this part of the PSU, got nothing on the 5-volt yet. This. You have the connection to frame. I just need to figure out the best place to put it on the frame. And it may be I just scratch the inner side of the rail to get a clean spot and go right to it. Now we have from the print bed. And I do have other wire that I can use for the print bed to bring it down and do all the print bed connections. So I will do that. Issue to controller. Blacks to reds. Forward SSR. Positive. And as I mentioned, I may, just may, take this off and bring in my 24 volt to 5-volt DC to DC, and just mount it right here next to the Pi and be able to do it right there, or mount it there. It might be easier to do that. Once again, I can't run those 5 volts because these won't fit on there. I'll have to look at that issue. So from the 24 volt PSU into here. And the nice thing is these are ring or screw connectors as well, and they have these nice and ferrule. So I'm going to have to pop these off ferrule to bring them in, and I'm going to bring in motor and power. I do not plan on running anything to the bed, and I don't know why one would run anything into the bed if you're running a mains powered bed. But I am going to have to cut these off and switch them over to spade terminal, or not spade terminal. So do you all like wiring, or is this the not so fun part of the build? What? And I just realized I knew I was going to get into wiring today, and I didn't wear my Crimpin' Ain't Easy shirt. That is a party fail on my part. So this is the Pros Kit CP336F. I may have got this. I either got this off of Amazon or at Lowe's, but I do have multiple different heads for it, so I can do the standard spade crimp connectors. I can do smaller and larger gauge. I don't know what you call it. DuPont connectors with them. And the nice thing about them is, if you need a different jaw size, or a different type of jaw, you just go buy the jaws. You don't have to buy the matching crimp. And then for doing my JST connectors, I use the IWS 2820M. And then just a set of Klein Tools strippers. I would not use these to like cut any wires down here. I mean, if it's solid wire, it may cut it, but every time I try and use these for cutting stranded wire, it's crap. Well, the frame is pretty easy if you've got a, like I said, if you've got a good quality frame kit and a decently level surface to start with, get the frame pretty well. And then I took it, I got the frame put together up here, took it downstairs and put it on the kitchen counter and was able to really um, get everything nice and level. And because of the stone countertops, and then use a measuring tape to ensure everything is squared up. The good thing is now I've got some decent sized little pigtails with what you call it's already on them. So wiring can almost be like therapeutic for me. Um, because you can just sit down and work on. Now, when you're doing those tiny, tiny, tiny connectors, there's no therapy there. I mean, you're gonna need therapy when you're done, but got in chat frame. The first start, first start checks just stink. I mean, it's good to see it move, but it just stinks because it takes a while and you want to start printing, but you know not to. You think you ended up flashing via DFU last time due to issues with the SD card. Okay. Give me Dick Nick. Sure. Get new people blocked. Okay, gotcha. One. If if I run into any issues with this, I will definitely be reaching out to be like, hey guys, further up. And this is a the 1.1 version of the octopus, which apparently you can do CANBUS directly on the board. And I'm still going to use UTC just because it's like, oh, you have to do this to the board, you have to do that to the board, and it worries me doing all the CAN boot stuff to it as well. Probably for no reason other than it's just more stuff that you have to do and more stuff that can go wrong. And if I've got it on a UTC and I smoke a UTC, okay, then I go buy a new UTC. If I smoke the octopus, I'm completely dead in the water. And I can't even bypass it and run something else. Because worst case worst, if I smoke the UTC, as long as I didn't smoke the board itself, as in the tool head board, I could switch over and run a USB cable and just reconfigure for USB through the Pi. Okay, so we got plus and minus to this board for motors and power. So I really like this design because you have one channel, say, for supplying power through a MOSFET to just the motors. And then you have a second rail, that's what it is, rail, for the actual board, and a separate rail for a fused rail for the heated bed. So that's really good in the sense that if I wanted to run some 5160s and run them at, say, 36 volts, I could add a second power supply and run just that rail for the motors at 36 volts. Right? And then the board at 24 volts and everything else. Or if you really wanted to get crazy, you could run the bed at 24, the board at 12, and the the driver motor is at 36. Yeah, I'm trying to move right along there. So the connectors, what I did was I bought a Lineo, it's called a Lineo under the deck wiring kit. So some of these are really long. I could probably, like I said, take these because they're going over here to Wagos, and I will cut them shorter, just make shorter runs out of them. But the I was going to say spade connectors, but these aren't spade, ring terminals on the wires are too big for the um, inlets on the RS255. There's just no way that's going in there. And even on mine, which I thought I had some narrow ones, I might have to dump all mine out to see if they're buried down at the bottom. But even mine that I have seem like they're too big to fit in this 25.5. So my thought was I either need to get the proper ring terminals for this so I can wire it up appropriately, because I am not going to just use a ferrule or bare wire and connect to these screw terminals. Not happening. Not happening. Or my other thought is I do have the 24 volt to 5 volt DC to DC converter that you would use in a Voron V0. I do have a spare one of those that I could somehow mount up here and use that. But for now, we just won't be powering the Pi that way. We still need to figure out a good place for a frame ground, right? Because I mean, one would think that I could just, at first you would go, oh, well, you can just, put an M5 nut in there and go. But, everything's coated and anodized. There's no electrical connectivity, right? This is a coated rail. I don't think this rail is going to conduct anything unless you scrape off the anodization. Like normally what I did on one of my other printers is I went in through the bottom of the rail, and that way you've got good connectivity. On the Ender 5, you've got plenty of holes that are drilled and tapped all the way through. So that's another thing you could do, is drill and tap a rail. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's coated, it's not going to work the way that you want it to work. So we still have a little bit more work down here, but we're fuzzy good. This is what they said for the for our terminals here. And once again, I've got to install these on this side, which, okay, but I'll be taking the board off so I can get these wires in here. Then we'll put the board back on. I got fat fingers. And it says to use the E1 out. I mean, technically, you can run it from the bed out to the. So there's two ways to do this. You can run it from the bed out to the SSR, and it's fine and dandy. It's going through a MOSFET, and big chunky MOSFET. It's okay, no worries. Or you can take like HE0 would be your hot end, right? And then they say to use HE1 to go out to your SSR. Use a ferrule for the 5-volt terminals on your RS-25. So yeah, I think I'm just going to cut the ends off and put standard port connectors on them and go out of the bed. And I'll just have to remember that when I do the printer.config, because I think I undid the one for whatever the HE here is that it calls for in the manual here. And I'll just have to switch that over. And I know in the config for the printer.config that you can download, it actually says, like, here's your options. You can do it this way or you can do it that way. And it's just a matter of comment one out or comment the other one out. But this way, because I'm running the CANBUS toolhead board, I won't have to put anything into these, and they're all left open in case I wind up wanting to run another heater for whatever reason. I don't know why that looks like this is. Probably because this DIN rail might not be straight. Why does it look like that's probably the DIN rail's not straight? So, all right, that'll be future works problem. What we're going to do is cut these ends off, re-terminate them with the fork connectors here. And we're going to connect directly into the bed outputs for signaling in here. And quite honestly, there's no real load here. Hey, Jerry 3DHP, how are you doing? And Silverback Creations, thank you for coming in. I didn't even acknowledge when you came in. Sorry, my friend. I mean, this is this one? It doesn't say, but this is way overkill of a wire gauge. Like, I've literally used like 24 gauge wire, like standard fan wire, to make these jumpers here because you're setting just turn on, turn off. There's no real signal there. In fact, I could reuse this for something else and just run different wires there that are less robust than these. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I just cut and use these, or should I try and use something else? I have a thought or preference. No. All right. We'll just cut them. Why not? The end result's going to be the same. Power will go from point A to point B. Like I said, all of this wiring is pretty easy. I do have, 18, 20, 24 gauge wire, different colors and stuff. I don't know if I would have enough blue and red to do the proper color wiring. I'd have to make sure that at least this part was on the switch. But in some of my wiring, like I used on the Endstop, on the X Endstop and the Y Endstop, is leftover 24 gauge FET from the linear wire kits that I use on the underwires. Because that's the nice thing about the kits is they always come with a spare amount of FET wiring that you can use to make any of your other cables. So how you been doing, Jerry 3DHP? Hope today finds you well. We've been struggling a little bit with some of the networking issues today, because it keeps dropping out on me. Probably could have also cut this a little shorter. Disconnect. Sorry about that, gang, as I talk to myself. We're going to take a look at the stream numbers and see how things were going. And for those of you that are interested, I do have a stream link that keeps popping up. It's an affiliate link for some Polymaker in case you want some good printer food. Once again, all the purple parts on this build were printed in Polymaker Purple ASA. All of the pink parts is Sparkle Fluorescent Pink, part of 3D. It's a pretty nice color scheme. Again, I won the parts from the Voron design team at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. So definitely kudos to them for giving out the parts. Also, I am trying to do a sub goal. I am trying to get up to 50 subs. The proceeds of that is going to help me get a new microphone. Looking at a wireless mic. But the wireless mic set is like $176 on sale right now, which is just a bit much at the moment while I'm also putting out for several of these builds. So if any of you like to subscribe, and if you use your Prime subscription, that always helps as well. I am trying to get up to 50 for that as well as for the channel. Realize I don't really like sell myself for the channel much. What is your all's thoughts on the running the 5 volts to Raspberry Pi? Because there's two positive 5 volts up here at the top, and I know every time I run one positive, one negative, I still seem to get like throttling. It'll still show undervolt and throttling on a Raspberry Pi 3B sometimes. Where if I do a if I run 2, then I don't get that issue. Have you guys experienced that at all? And what's your thoughts on that? Two sets of positive and negative wires on their kits to the Raspberry Pi. Interesting. I don't know why you need more than one ground, but the and the reason I asked that is on the Big Tree Tech SKR Pico, right? When it does the UART connection, it actually utilizes 2 positive, 1 negative, and then the transmit receive roll. So that's where I was like, huh. And I've never had a problem with whatever Pi I run on the SKR Pico. So I was just curious if you guys have seen that or experienced that issue. I mean, it's not like it's going to 2 different power supplies. It's still going back to one power supply. Whatever reason, when I power, to 2, I've never had the issues. Yeah. Now, if for whatever reason this complains and says, "Hey, I need a bed power because I am not connecting in the bed power to this," and honestly, I need to make a mental note fast. And by mental note, I mean a physical note that I ran that to the power or the bed connector, not the way it is. Always a good thing to have post-it notes or something to write on for things like. Okay, so yeah, we've got that I need to take this off. Should still fit, but I don't think it's going to. Whether or not I can get it off without dropping the fan and take this. Both of those. Nobody breathe. I don't need this fan to fall. I just got lucky. Inhales. Thanks, Chewy. Yeah, that I mean, I don't know exactly what's causing it. It's it is frustrating. Um, I mean, so far it hasn't stopped a print due to the undervoltage. It just throws the error. But throw that away. But by the way, Chewy, first test print. You know, you know. He held it in. Hey, Daddy, what is he? Anybody? You know what this is? For something that was recently announced, that'll be. Nope, not a UTC holder. This is the front frame bracket for the Edutech, or not Edutech, wow, Edge of 3D top fuel dragster. I was testing it out because what I want to do is I've got some PLACF, some Polymaker PLACF carbon fiber, and I was just test printing this on the Mark IV to kind of get a good feel of what, because I know the Mark IV is printing beautifully. I want to get this tuned in and start printing the Death Racer, and the Drag Racer on it, because this has the hardened nozzle. My Mark IV still didn't have a hardened nozzle yet, so I can't run the PLACF. But yeah, I want to use PLACF for the frame. Then I'll just use standard PLA for the for the body coverings and stuff. But for the frame, I want to use the. All right, this is going to drive me nuts. We're cutting wires, guys. Just so you know. Can't do it. Can't do it. Um, Literal shit. What's that? The Death Racer or the Drag Racer or the Polymaker LACF? Who you get it done in time's another thing. Yeah. Ooh, speaking of which, I got to double check. One of my Mark IIIs down there might have a Revo, and if it does, then I can throw a Obsidian in it, and I can run stuff on that. There's a thought here, which with the middle. Leave a little bit of a silver sleep, but not a whole heck of a. I'm gonna have me some pigtails for other. Well, that's okay. I mean, I also have some atomic well, I got atomic ABS-CF and PET GCF, but I tried to build my Death Racer out of that, and yeah, let's just say some of my screws I sheared the heads off trying to get them screwed in, like literally sheared the heads off. And that would be after, like after pre-drilling the holes. LeMay? Do not know LeMay. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to build a drag racer and a drag racer and a jet racer. Shorten these two. And take them to Perth. And you guys did see that Polymaker is sponsoring, but they're changing up the way they sponsor now. Yep, there's a glitch in the matrix. I saw it happen too. My internet's been going in and out ever since like I don't know 5 o'clock. So it was rock solid through work, and then it went down. Like it needs to fail during work and be good after. I hope nobody from work is on here. Um, But yeah, I plan on building them, but Polymaker did change it up. So if you build a death racer, bring it and race it, then they will give you the $150 voucher, I believe it was, for filament. And that's for the death racer. And I believe it's a separate for the drag racer as well. If Zombie's here, he could probably validate that if it's a both or just a one or the other. I'm going to keep these because this would be a good wiring harness for one of the other two printers that's getting ready to be built. So like I said, I was going to keep going on the baby belt, but I really have a couple of these bigger builds to do, and the parts are starting to arrive. So I'm sort of running out of places to put things right now. So luckily my spouse is in Denver. I'll actually be on here lurking again. And so she's not here to complain about me putting another printer in the dining room to make room up here so I don't keep falling along. You have a good idea what's coming up, Nick? Or no? Chewy does. Okay. It is for both? Okay, good. I knew somebody on here would know. So I think my truck is going to be full between bringing multiple printers, because I'll have Westbury One's printer. I'm going to have the 2.4, a Mercury 1, which is yet to be built yet. So I need to get on that. And probably the Rook. And then I'm going to have the Death Racer, a Death Racer, a and a Top Fuel Dragster as well. And Evil Diesel, he's either going to drive mine or he's going to build his own and bring his own to the party. And he's riding with me, so we're going to have quite a lot in the truck. Sorry about that. Which my wife might not mind because that means less room for me to bring stuff home with me. So we're still going to have to work the frame ground. Got that stuff done. Right now, we don't have the 5-volt side for anything. Now, once we start doing my motors, 1 second. Got 4 motor kits. The wires in it that I will need. Uh, one prints beautifully, the other one printed crap. Anyway, sorry about that. Got distracted. Yes, paid after race. Yes, Wester, I was talking about you. Um, I mentioned that we were going to bring your printer along with us when we come out to Murph. And then we're going to hold it hostage to ensure that you come to Murph. Oh, we might even give that one away if you don't come. I wouldn't do that, sis. Okay, these got those. So those will be the AB motors. These will be the 4 motors for the Z-axis. All righty. What I'm going to do is just plug in the 6 pins to start with. Motor side. But really, Pez, you're going to try and claim dibs on the printer? Now, in a right as rain world, I would cut these, make them to length, right? Because these are going to have a lot of slack to them. If I put a cable tray up here, of course, I can just run it back and forth and back and forth, which I'll probably do later. Right now, they might just get a zip tie. Or actually, you know what? I bought this stuff. Jeff came in today. I haven't even opened it up and looked at it. So let's take a look and see if it was a good buy or not. Oh, nice. It's kind of got the Denrel kind of backing to it. Or you could take it just like that and mount it with some BHB tape and run all your cables down into it. Try and keep everything covered up like that. Just saying, huh? Just saying. Okay. Which would require me to get out the VHB tape because I have heard several people that have made the comment, if you ever want to get this off without, like, I don't know, tearing your wall or tearing anything up, you may want to use VHB tape because the tape that they ship with this, they say if you use it, you will probably not be getting it off of it, at least not without damaging something. All I'm trying to do is get some of the burrs off the bottom of this, because that way it'll make whatever VHB or whatever tape I use stick a little easier. Putting the shield together, I would make a comment that you've been putting shield together for like a few weeks now. But I'm nice, so I'll just say, the Uncle Digital Dragon's got begging strips with your name on it. Just saying. Okay, that little need to duck over here real fast. HB tape. Sorry, I swear one of these days I'm gonna get everything organized. It's gonna be nice. Possibly just use this. I don't really want to use a ton of it. Slight bit of cleanup here. Just rearrange. I don't know, Westry. I heard you say you wanted to build like 4 more though. And that is a joke, by the way, Westry. That is not a challenge. You took that as a challenge. I think Subsector would hunt me down. I'm going to try this really thin tape, and if it doesn't work, then I'll just come back and use VHB. Okay. Now we'll need to look at which motor goes where. So front left, the one up by the Raspberry Pi is Z0. So will be the third vector down. Stuff into the cable tray. The D1 is the back motor here. So it's going to come across, come down, and go into the fifth slot. Because I think the third and fourth physical connector on the board are in parallel. So that would be if you were just running dual Z's and you had them running off the same motor. The Z2 is going to be the one over by the power supply. Bring that over. Cable trough. And the next connector. And then the final one go in the next one in line. And in and it will all go in there kind of like. And what you do is just take your lid of your cable cloth, one side, put all your wires in. Yes, I know I'm probably going to have to get into this again. It would be without additional paint. Side on, up in there, just roll it over. Should be able to clip. You can also run it from one of the ends and just kind of slide it on and run it down. C motors are in. Okay, what is this? What we got? Big filament glass. I wouldn't give this printer to you to build for sure. Oh yeah. She hasn't heard much complaining. Printing was easy. It just is hard to fit all the pieces together and then fill the spot. Yeah. Now I thought about like a plastic weld. Um, okay, Chewy, which frame are you talking about? Hey, R&D, R&D and 3D. There we go. How's it going, my friend? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We're trying to work on the Voron 2.4 build here. Um, I got a wiring kit from Lenio that helped to start trying to get things in the right place. I'll have to add a couple of little tie down blocks so that I can tie this up to make it look nice and keep it out of the way and not let it get caught on the end where it can get pinched and cut. Um, Same thing with this motor wire down here, but we just got the 4 motor wires in. This is motor wire 0, Z0 by the Raspberry Pi. Then 1, 2, 3. Those are our 4 motors in place. Sorry, I just put my head right in front of the camera. I was doing something. See a jumper down here in the bottom right. What is this about? Black motor wires. Motors came with plug. It's usually safe to assume they are correct, especially if they're coming from LDO motors. Um, that has worked well for me just about every time. Stepper online, hit or miss sometimes, but it's all good. You know how to fix that. Yeah, there's a jumper highlighted down here, but it doesn't say anything about what highlighted there too. I think maybe it's just an extra highlight for something. We haven't done the build plate yet because we haven't installed the build plate. We'll do that in a little bit. Now we start talking about the cable chains. And once again, we are not doing the Y and the X cable chains. We are going to run an umbilical. So we will have the Z cable chain in the back, and that will allow us to run the A, the B motors, and the Y Endstop back to the bottom and over to the board. So let me close a couple of things up and move some things off the table here because we're going to do a flip of the printer. Okay. Here. We're going to sit this up on its feet. This is what we're looking like so far. Call you Robin? Okay, Robin. Westry said the corners don't line up and stuff. Oh, on the shield? I can actually believe that on the shield, where all the corners and stuff weren't lining up appropriately. Because that is a lot of pieces And so when I do my helmets, that's one of the reasons why I like doing my helmets in one piece. Because anytime you do helmets in multiple pieces, the pieces are cooling at different rates, which means some of them may contract a little more than others. And then when you go into fitment, you either have big gaps or it's very tight. And that's what I ran into in the one helmet that printed in 3 pieces. I've got it together, but it's almost like I'm going to have to gloop it at the seams, because if I take it apart, I might not be able to get them all back together again, or at least not as good fitting as it is right now. Okay, so cable chain starts talking about stuff coming from the tool head. We're going to ignore that for now, because as we know, we've got almost everything except for our Z or our X Endstop, which is right here in my hand. 2 small, tiny wires here. I need to cut these to length and crimp a very, very tiny connector, which I refuse to do on stream because I will lose my ever-loving mind. And then we will have our CANBUS cable that's pre-built from Big Tree Tech, and that's going to plug in, and we're going to have a piece that's going to provide support to it, and then we're going to run it as an umbilical, and it will come over and out the back, and then come back in through the back side of the printer. Normally, you can run an umbilical over and bring it right down here, and then run it back up into the cable chain. But I don't know. Whoops, yes, I do. So this is a PVC wire. Okay. This is a PVC insulated coated wire. And you do not want to put these in cable chains because they don't bend well enough. Looks like they bend, but keeping it like this and then constantly bending it back and forth is not going to be good. These are good for umbilicals, not for cable chains. Same thing with silicone wire. Silicone wire are good for umbilicals. They are not good for cable chains. Put them in a cable chain, you will be replacing broken wires. And it will be a pain to find that broken wire in a full bundle. So you've been warned. Yeah, if you had a big enough printer to print that front and back, because you could print it in such a way that the support material would be on the inside and have your nice outside finish, um, be the top surface when you printed it. That would actually be mint right there. But you would need like an Ivan Miranda printer, because I believe that's the diameter is more than 2 feet, correct, Westry? Because if it was 2 feet, then it may just fit on B24, which I think is still at Steve Bill's house. Here's how we're looking for right now. We're going to go ahead and, like I said, the tool head stuff we're not going to worry about. That is all terminated on the Stealthburner CANBUS board that's behind this shield here. We're going to have one 4-wire cable that'll come up and come back down in an umbilical fashion. In fact, there's the rear panel. I'm hoping to be able to get to some of the panels today, but the rear panel is going to go on like this. Okay. There's an exhaust vent that you can build into the back here. I probably will not do that because I'm going to run a Nevermore. But there's a back plate that I can put here, and I will have a hole for. Here talking, you guys can't even see what I'm. Sorry about that. Just the, there we go. So you see this gap back here. Normally, you can print a housing and have a HEPA and carbon filter coming out the back for the fan. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to run a Nevermore underneath the print bed itself. So there is a back plate that I can put here that will have a, I'll run the filament tube out through the back, as well as the umbilical out through the back through an MP7 blade. So that's how I plan on doing those. Leave them and they'll be fine. Okay. Leave them in the cable chain if you want. Yeah. I knew you would get ahead of me. Oh yeah, forever night. I keep trying to push ahead because I got 2 more printer builds sitting behind me. Yeah, that's true too. If you could print it in half and then put it together, that would work as well. You got to run shenanigans? Okay, have a good night. Thank you very much. It's 24 inches around? Okay, because V24 is a, I think, 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot build. It's like 600 and something millimeters by 600 and something millimeters. You just got your frame built? Okay. With your frame forever night, did you go ahead and square it up? Meaning you get everything put together and then you start measuring the opposite corners. And as long as the opposite corners on one side are all the same, that side's square. And you do that to all 6 sides, and then you'll have a square frame. Nice. So this is a 300 size version. I have a 300 size Trident that by the end of the week, I think I'll have 80% of the parts for. And by the end of the week, I'll have, I think at this point, everything but the bed, like the bed system. So the bed, the heater, the magnet, and the sheet for the Mercury build should be here. That's why I'm running this one tonight, because I've committed to bringing this one and the Mercury to Murph. So I'm trying to get those pushed through between now and Murph. Yeah, I'm having some weirdness with my ASA too. In fact, it's literally sitting you can't see it because this is in, yeah, Sunblue dryer over here with the light on underneath the Polymaker symbol. It's cooking my purple ASA right now. Polymaker purple ASA. The only thing I can think of, because I looked, I've got a couple hygrometers here, and yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this on screen, but it's 52% humidity in this room. So while it shouldn't affect your PLAs and stuff, it could affect some of your ASAs. Shouldn't, but it might. So I'm just kind of cooking it right now for a little bit, and I'll try it some more. Yeah, the V24 max V24 is 600 cube. And if you need something bigger than that, Western One, you need to talk to Ivan Miranda or Luke from Luke's Laboratory. 123 blocks calipers. I was using an actual machinist square on these. And what I did is I got the frames sort of put together. Then I took it downstairs because you can either use a glass cooktop on your stove, or I've got, stone countertops downstairs. Set it on the stone countertop, and you can really make sure everything's nice and flat. And then everything's nice and flat, everything's squared up to within, 16th or more if you want to get completely anal, and you're square and ready to go. So one thing I will do since I'm on here is I will give you guys a sneak peek of something down in that bottom left. Oh, I'm gonna have to move that. You do like so this is the beginnings of a heavy Mandalorian helmet. Heavy Mandalorian Spartan mashup helmet. This is being printed in Polymaker silk chrome. So that's what's going on there. Resize it later on. Yeah, that's starting to look pretty nice. Yeah, I should probably flip-flop these two. While we're at it, bring this down small. Better. Hopefully that didn't screw up my other scene. Yay! Okay, is that better now, Chewy? So yeah, we're not worrying about the hot end wiring at the moment. We have a tool head board, but it's different. We don't need the X, Y. We will need the Z. It says secure the wire bundles along the small extrusion that sits between the rise with zip ties. Really? You do zip ties? One connected there, this one connected over here. I like that they have these little quick connects. And the other thing that I forgot to do on the Z motors is they've got these the LDO motor kits actually have the little cable identifiers. So you'll have like ZZ, have A, Z. So we've got the four Z's, 0, 1, 2, B, B for the extruder, and a 3. So I'll be able to go through on the cables and label which one goes where. I'll have to do that when I get back underneath. AB wire. Looking from the back, this is the A motor, this is the B motor. So assuming that these will go at the connector end. B motor is the one that's over the electrical outlet. A will go on the other one. And then we're going to cable chain, which, oh no, like I said, I kind of mimicked some of the Trident stuff on on my D-Bot, so I have some of these in place already. I just need to swap out some. And it wants us to do that with zip tie. Lenio to the right. Plenty of zip. Hey, Mod Light, how are you doing? You kind of snuck in there on me. Been here and scroll back in through chat and see what I missed. Yep, that's a lot of silk chrome. Light, going to this evening. Reprint your extruder and everything with tap and changing to the LGX. Okay, if you're doing tap, I implore you, go to the Voron Discord. There is a Voron tap channel. Go get the Rev 8 files out of that channel. That was my issue on Saturday, as I had downloaded and printed the tap files from GitHub, and they were all Rev 2. They're up to Rev 8 on the parts now. Make sure you go and get the right parts there for overnight. Doing well, Monlight. How are you doing this evening? You got your 8 rolls of Sunlu PETG filament this last week. Nice, Mon. That's cool. Sorry to hear that, Forever Night. Sorry to hear about your mom passing and the anniversary of thing. Hope you feel better, my friend. Was it the kilogram roll? Okay, Western, we'll see you in a short bit. You're doing black and teal for your printer. Nice, that'll look cool. So technically anything inside the chamber is going to get hot. The panel clips, I still wouldn't do those in PLA. If you're going to do those in something other than ASA, I would do them in paint. Yeah. For the skirt, it should be okay because you're not getting the high temps in the skirt. Yeah. And to be quite honest, using zip ties for this feels kind of cheesy to me, but once you run it along the bottom of the rail and you're going to put zip ties and you have belts running right. I don't get why they would be telling you to use zip tie. That's a misunderstanding this instruction. Because normally your zip ties will bulge out, you know, when you try and go around a square object. You've got your belts right there. I guess it'll probably just be minimal rubbing. But what I would like to do is print some clips that I could use here instead that would fit right in that channel. But I'd probably have to do it after I get the printer built because I want to do either like full channel slots or something like that. And thinking that those linear ones would be long enough and they're not. Linear definitely gave me plenty of zip time. Do I think I have some. Okay, guys, who wants me to do something with the zip ties? What do I do with them? Yeah. See if these are longer. Yeah, from the Sunlu. Elegoo has a bundle like that too with their PLA. I tried it. Decided my Trident is going to be red. So it's going to be the Sparkle Fluorescent Red. And Sparkle Old Copper for the accent. So I decided that's going to be the Trident which will start probably after this one gets done and I finish putting enough parts to get started. And then the Mercury one is the Galaxy ABS, dark ABS, dark gray ABS, and fluorescent blue. Yep, this is the purple and pink set I got at Murph Zombie, or not Murph, Rummer. Oh, these aren't going to be long enough either. You know what? I'm going to just have to use two because if I don't, I'm afraid if I go to the bigger ones, they'll be too thick as far as the wires go. So Zombie, you were doing a trident, correct? Yep, it's the Fae Dragon. And on the motor over here, I think it's just going to, yeah, maybe I'll toss it in right there with this one. Get it. Actually, let me see. Where's my let me see where my cable chain comes in at. Yeah, it's rough. So Zombie, you're building a trident and you built the 2.4 already, correct? Wait, actually say how many cable chain? Yeah. So did you actually secure your wires across here in the back using zip ties, or did you use something else? Counting about 20 links in the description. We have to drop a few of these. Yeah, of course, repairing parts. Yeah, it says to use zip ties to um, attach the cable wires along the back here. It doesn't make sense to me because there's the belts that run back. I was just curious what you did on yours. You have Tron C printing 2.4 parts. Yeah, on the rear of the gantry. Okay, yeah, that's why I figured because I mean I'll have to zip tie it for now because it'll be in the chamber, so it needs to be out of ABS, and I'd have to print that out on this printer. Actually, use some of the tape Bob recommended. Okay, Bob is in Built Over Bot. Two motor cables, and I need to get the Y stop. Let's see. So sorry about. M3x12. Kelly Bob. Yeah, that's what I figures. I got some zip ties on there now, and I used two, so it should be not rubbing because the heads are below and above here. So it's just that one edge. It might rub a little bit, but I'm hoping that it's not going to rub enough that I can at least get a couple of prints out. Then we can work there. Kapton tape could work, yeah. Again, this plate here is should have ran a screwdriver through these holes. This plate here is a relocation bracket for the Y Endstop. Mounts to the same holes that would have mounted the um, cable chain guides that would have routed the cables around the belt. Thanks for the lurk, zombie. Get this done because I need to run these wires in through the cable chain as well. And I did not terminate these because I did not know how long to make them. Just kind of made them real long. All of these are FEP wires, so they should be fine in the cable chains without any additional sleeving. There, that there. Some with zip ties on that. Need some set inserts on some little plastic. Whoops. Trying to find a couple of pieces I'm going to need. Okay. Need a couple of set inserts put in. Flats, larger flat side. Um, well, and Kapton tape is good for heat because it's what they were originally using on heated beds, and it's what they use to hold like thermistor wires and stuff on the bottom side of heated beds. That's what comes with your Mark 52 heat beds. Kapton tape would work. But yeah, I just figured by now somebody would have had a some type of designed uh, cover that would go in there. Either that or just any type of cable clamp should work. We got those going. I need a is some of this stuff on. Rotate this around so you guys see what I'm doing. Oops. There we go. Where's coming up? Oh, okay. 5x10 and a Voron T-nut. Again, we're at the rear footer here. I guess I can take my tape off. Down in there. And start to put what you gotta do is get this started. Then slide your piece in from the side. And now tighten it up. And kind of looks like it goes just to the side here so that your cables can route down. Tighten it up just to the side so that your cables can route this way. Hold final judgment until we get. What? Seemed to me. It's also using an IGUS chain, which I don't have. So wires routed ever so slightly. Not wires routed, but the mount will be ever so slightly different because I'm not using true IGUS chain. 3x10 flathead cap screw. Don't have any 3x10 flathead. So we'll use an M3x12 instead. some reason they say, hey, I need all 6 of these somewhere else in the build, then I will pull these back out and I will grab some of my own M3x10s. Two. So go through the top centered hole. Goes there, and this needs to go all the way to this. Long way to bring that cable. Either that or I'm just using a different size, which I think is that's what it might be, is I'm not using the right cable chain size. Shouldn't be a problem, but you never know. And butthead screw, wedge, and I'm going to go through the center screw hole. Shape object. Here. That was was The girl man's crying again. This is fun. Got it. Now, how much you want to bet I need to add the lengths back in that I took back out? That ain't going up much higher. Oh, that sucks. But I'm going to take the bottom out because that'll be a lot easier than the top one was. What's that? What's that? And put all these back. Because I have a feeling like what they're showing is IGUS chain, which I'm not using. Still work fine. I just need to add a few more links in. Try and put this on without connecting the bottom portion in. See if that's easier. That's in. It feels that this really needs to go on this side, even if it's not what it looks like. So these wires can just go straight down into the base. There's that. That piece that goes right here where my zip tie is, because that's the perfect placement. Nicely. I believe there is a zip tie stuff. Ah, tie something there to give them a little bit of strain relief. Okay. So the Z is in. We'd add our little bump stop back here to help keep it vertical and keep it from going to the side as we go up and down. Do that. Back around some so I can get a visual line of sight here. This is a M5 5x10. There, we're going to line this up so it's going to just straight up and down. Like that. All right, so where else are we going now? From cables, we need to add, we need to insert the motors and the Endstop. So we're going to go back underneath. Before we do, let me go ahead and clip those zip ties. Okay. Then we're going to go back underneath. So I'm going to flip this up and over. Man, this thing's starting to get heavy. And here's where we've got our other motors and our installers. Need to go over here. See if we can bring them over here and route them down this way. Mine's not making it out. So A motor possibly can. The A motor is the second motor over. We'll go there. B motor cannot go the same route because of just the length of the cable. I'm going to see if I can't run this underneath our power supply. The power supply, get it behind this. Awesome. There. Stop messing with it. Down this way. Here we'll bring it through. Need it in the back side here. Okay. There's that. This will be our Y Endstop. And I think I'm going to run it right underneath the fan, just like or the fan power supply. It's going to come right over in this area. see if decent length is. So a decent length is going to be whatever I can do to pull through here. See it. Okay. There's my in-stop wire, so I'll just be able to cut those off, add a connector, pop them in, be good, and I'll have plenty of extra wire that I can use for next. Get it for I think I'm going to call this a night at this point because I'm starting to get worn out. Back's kind of starting to hurt, and I'm going to need to work on getting this wired up. Also need to mark my Z motor wires as they come into the board here, but I'll get that squared away. Got a few other wiring things that I can button up, and I'll probably button those up off stream. Those that are still hanging with me, thank you very much. We are going to need to find another plate to raid into this evening. I would like to raid into somebody. See who is still with us. Is online. We got Ash Monster playing The Legend of Zelda. We've got Babe Ross doing art. We guys feel like going over to Babe Ross and just checking out some good art and kind of relaxing at this point? Like I said, I'm going to button up a couple of other things, terminate this wire, terminate the X Endstop. I'll do that off stream. And then it'll be really, I'll start working on possibly some of the other wiring for the 5-volt and the Pi. Just trying to get that stuff done off stream because it's wiring. And then if I look through here, I think we'll have most of the wiring done at that point. Yeah, because everything else is on the tool head. So at that point, when we come back, it'll be skirts, the display, panels, and we'll be working on that on the next stream. And gang, I'll tell you, I almost got all the panels printed. I think I have just about everything else except for like a larger skirt piece that's too big for the V0. In which case I will do everything that I can print on the V0 and install on this. I will have ready to go for the next stream, which we may have another stream before Saturday. Just saying. And then Saturday, we may actually start something new if everything goes to plan. But I will work off stream to make sure I have the rest of the printed parts so that we can put the skirts on, get the display installed. I can't do the fan parts on the V0. I could possibly do them on the Ender, but I need to double check some stuff on the Ender to make sure to, you know, regardless, if I can print stuff on the Ender, I'll print stuff on the Ender. If not, then we'll actually look at printing out those extra parts on this particular printer itself. And I just realized I still need to mount the bed. So we need to mount the bed soon. I will probably do the under bed wire or the under wire for the bed. I will work on that, and then we'll mount the bed on stream. Because I am going to do the Wagos for the bed. So cool. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. Let's go ahead and throw this back upright. And let's check out maybe getting a good view of her. That is this up. So we've made some really, really good progress. Thank you all for being out here with me so late tonight. So what, we've got the Jane doing Legos. We've got Babe Ross doing painting. Sounds like Babe Ross. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get the raid started to go over to Babe Ross. Please come with me over to the raid. And as soon as we get back at it, I'll let you know when we're going to do the next one. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Take care.